Hello, and welcome back. Everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Give me a sec, I'm trying to find everything. There you are. Control C that. Profile. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Damn, I missed out on that last night. Okay. Hopefully all that's done now. There we go. Alright. She's pretty, have a fun stream. Thank you. Yeah, so this was a sketch that I started doing yesterday morning before stream. And when I say sketch, I mean very rough sketch. Like, I think I actually posted an image of the rough sketch. Give me a sec. I have to find it. Yeah, right here. This is what the sketch looked like at the very beginning. This was the initial sketch, go through of like just trying to get an idea of what I wanted to do. As you can see, the hand was really fun to like try and prep for. Anyway, so you can see roughly what we were doing, and then now we're at this. There's been a lot of developments, as you can tell. still have trouble with hands. Hands are a mixed bag. It depends. This pose is a hard one because there's like 2 ways to do this kind of hand pose, right? And I'm not sure I'm happy with it, but I want to explain my reasoning on what I'm doing here. So this is Iron Mouse's birthday outfit. Here's the reference in the top right, if you can see it. It's not very easy to see, I know. But that's the reference image for it, right? Now, when I looked at this, I thought of like very much that psychotic Harley Quinn vibes. Now, don't ask me why. It's not what the outfit's trying to do, I don't think. And I really like if anyone's ever seen, and I literally have it Googled, not you. The Miku monitoring thumbnail, right? I always really liked that psychotic, like, deranged energy that had. So I was like, I kind of want to have very much that kind of energy a little bit. So I knew I was going to do some, like, slightly dementing of the design. The eyes are, the very clear one, and all that. So I wanted the hands to have sharpness to them, because I wanted it to feel like that sort of danger to it. Now, why am I explaining all of this? Well, because the 2 hand poses you would do for this position normally are 2 middle fingers down and kind of like that. Right? So it's those 2 fingers down, pointer finger and little finger off to the sides, and then these down. Or this, where you have the pointer finger down and then the rest of the hand kind of going straight a little bit with a bit of a curving to it. Now, I'm not sure I've done it well. I'm still gonna have to do a little bit of working with it. But I would like, again, I want to stress, I wanted the sharpness of the hands to kind of come through. Because I wanted, again, a little bit of menace to it. Now, I'm gonna be honest, one of the things that I've been, like, wrestling with overnight, literally while I was, like, in bed and shit, was the fact that I knew I did more, of these rustle sort of effects than the outfit actually has. Because, again, if we zoom in on the top right, you can see, this is how many it has. I have, like, as many as you see on the entire front section there, and pretty much, like, just this area. Wait, give me a sec. Just this area, right? Like, I've over-rustled it, and I'm thinking that's actually causing a problem with the design. So I'm gonna try and see if I can fix that. That's gonna be my main priority right now. But dear God, what was wrong with me? But yeah, no, hands, feet are like notoriously the main troubles of drawing. So never put yourself down for struggling with those. Everyone does. I don't all the time, but even, like, that's one of those things. I pride myself on normally being able to do hands fairly well. Even I struggle with it sometimes. But I do like this. I do find it funny, again, if we take this away and just go back to, like, the more sketch raw image. God, this thing's a mess. I got the idea down, though, and we got to this. So, I mean, I can't, like, truly complain about the process. Now, like I said, I'm going to do a thing. I do this actually more often than you'd think. I'm gonna rip all of this out. And put it on a different layer. So it means I can now new layer and try and do the new ruffles. So again, it's a design like that. It's kind of the idea, but we want actually, no, I'm gonna do what I did yesterday, which was really helpful. This looks weird, but I did this yesterday and I found this really, really useful for trying to do these, this ruffle stuff. Because what you do now is you take this and you just... design around them. Just looks like shit for a while. That's looking better. Okay, we'll go with that then. So we'll delete that other, not delete it, I'll move it to underneath, then Control E, so that merges down. I'm getting better with the hotkeys on this as well. I just remembered something and I'm gonna be dumb because of it. But yeah, no, I did post these over quickly on the Discord yesterday asking people if they wanted me to continue working on this piece or if I wanted to work on another piece. Because, again, like, I started working on this yesterday morning before stream started in, like, the little 10-20 minutes I had then. And then I worked on it last night, and that's when I asked. And then I also started working on on the next thumbnail for the next game we'll play. Because I did promise this game a while ago as well. I promised it last year, I believe. So, it's not surprising that I'm getting done on it. I also, like, I think literally the reason we didn't do it at the time, before New Year's was because I was trying to work on a thumbnail and I kept getting frustrated at it. And then lo and behold, I'm now starting to work on the thumbnail again. So we'll probably be getting to it as the next game to play. I do have it open in case people want to see it. I didn't do much more work on it though, outside of what I showed over on the Discord. Is I worked on it last night, I then went and made dinner, played a couple of games with some friends, and then just comatose very early last night, quotation marks. I think it was like 10 o'clock. Or something like that, which is late for me, but early for most people. Because it is a Friday night, right? Okay, that's looking a lot better, so now let's do some of the rivet lining up. Shut up, Windows update. But yeah, I heard about, apparently, humorously, Windows 11's most recent update broke quite a bit, commercially, which was quite funny to hear. Yeah, a lot of commercial stuff, suffered for it. Alright. It should be this way, not that way. What's up? Yeah, that's looking better. Oh. Now I do want to do up the... Okay, a little bit. How is it done here? I kept working on it, but I keep getting disappointed. I'm gonna just redo it. I don't know why, by the way, in case anyone does query me on this, why my default music for art streams has become the Stardew Valley stuff. Sue me. I don't know. It's just really nice for the mood that I want to go for. It's such just a vibe. Yeah, there we go. That looks a little bit better. Now this is one of the parts that's like screwing me up the most a little bit, is that she's actually got like a doll leg. So I've got to make sure I get that, like, looking adequately, in a sense, abnormal. Also, this is a perfect example here. I'm just gonna, like, comment on this because I did see this the other day and it fucking made me laugh. Is this, like... Oh god, when artists struggle with something, all they do is try and do their best to hide it, and say, no they don't, and it's an image of someone that's, like, got a dog at their feet, and a cup of joe in one hand, and then, like, something flying in front of another hand, and I'm like, this right here is a great example of, like, how many hands and feet do you see on this scene? One. So I want to draw more complex shit than I have to. Alright. Let's... Obviously I should probably close up there, close up here. Probably a bunch of loose points. I've also probably got the tolerance too low, yeah. It's probably just not gonna happen. Okay, let's... Can I just do this? How do we get? Not bad, all things considered. There we go. Yeah, that should be every spot. Cool. Damn, that didn't trigger that. That's probably okay. There we go. Okay. Hey, Glap, how's it going? Am I? Not too bad, all things considered. Oh, working on an art piece that I started yesterday morning, that I talked about. Worked on it a further bit last night. I was like, thought I would ask Discord, hey, should I work on this stream, or... The best part is the fucking response I get is, I mean, I'm good either way. I'm like, God damn it, people. Hey, babe, where do you want to go for dinner? I don't know, whatever you feel like. Starts listing places. Oh, I'm not feeling that. Fuck. How about neither? I mean, it was always going to be an art stream. The fuck was I supposed to do for an art stream if I'm not doing nothing? Yeah. Work on a potato shark? I mean, that's considered something else. By something else, I mean something new. But no, I'm not doing a potato shark. Oh, this is what you get for not voting. How did I like the factory building gacha? Yeah, so I've actually played a good bit now of Enfield. Mixed feelings on it. I think it's a solid game all around. I think they've leaned really heavily into the satisfactory aspect of the game, which is good. I think it takes a long fucking time to get to it, though. Like, I have to say, the game feels such a slug for so long. And I'm at this point where, like, I'm super overdone with power levels of stuff like that, because I have been focusing on, like, exploration and factory building, that, like, I haven't even put gear on still in a lot of places, and I'm still fucking way too strong. Which is how gacha works, is you're strong super early, later on things change a little bit, but for the most part. And it's just, it's partly, like, again, I've got overall praise for the game, but I am definitely willing to, like, voice criticism. I think one of the things that I'm gonna probably like the most about it is some mechanics that aren't currently very fleshed out. Or at least fleshed out in the current amount of play that I've had. Which is a bit more of like the settlement management stuff. Aside from that, being busy with side quests. I mean, I've just been enjoying, like, running around and collecting everything. I have to say, a lot of... The problem the game also has is that its tutorialization feels extremely intrusive, but its, like, tooltips feel extremely lacking. Right? Which causes this, like, discrepancy problem that I have with it. So it means that, like, outside of the tutorials, you have no idea what the fuck you're doing, but inside the tutorials, you're like, please, just... I want to get through this, which creates a scenario... that okay, so the problem I have, and this is a really core thing, this is like a tutorialization issue. when your tutorials are so in-depth like that and so intrusive into the gameplay, you know what ends up happening? I don't want to do your tutorial. And now, because you don't have good documentation everywhere else on your tutorials, I am now in a situation where I don't know much because I've gotten frustrated with your tutorial. That is the inverse of what a tutorial should be doing. A tutorial should be teaching me what to do in a way that I'm like able to accept it and go like, cool, yeah, great. No, instead this is creating a scenario where I'm like, I just want to get out of the tutorial. So this means one of two problems has occurred. It's either the tutorialization architecture that they've got is poor, which I'm not saying it is or isn't, or their systems are more complex and they've not made an effort to create a bit more of a better understandable architecture for that. Right? And what you said there, Clap's pretty much the case most of the time, is that I've kind of not paid attention to the tutorials, and I'm being fine. Like, I can do all of the stuff. Like, very rarely am I left with fully no understanding. Definitely there's moments where I'm like, but this just tells me that it's probably the tutorialization architecture that they have. And the problem is that it's not really opt-outable. Because normally with these tutorials in a lot of games, they're just a thing to the side that you like do or you skip through. Or you can choose to. They actively reward you for doing them, which is great, unless they're really bad. So that's my issue with it. So it's an acknowledgement of, I think, that's the problem that I have with the game the most. I don't know if there's like a good resolution to that though. My main problem with the tutorials is that tiny amount of currency OCD forces me to get. As you just said, the tutorials suck. Yeah. And I'm not gonna, like, even say that's an OCD argument sort of thing. Like, I know it's obviously joking at it, but, like, it's genuinely, no, the game is actively going, please go do these tutorials, you get rewarded, and you're like, well, of course I'm gonna do them, I get currency. But the tutorial feels like such shit experience. That you're like, God, I wish I wasn't doing this. And this is an issue that we see in games a lot, is there is a reason why one of the biggest discussions I ever had with a bunch of game developers and educators in game development is the concept of tutorialization and like heuristic understanding. Right. So I've talked kind of about this before. If you want to know what heuristic kind of means, one of the best examples of a heuristic system is the HUD in Dead Space. Let me... So, oh god, that image is tiny. What? I want the full image. Why can't I scroll? Just want a nice, good image of the UI. Of the gameplay. Yeah, that'll do. Surely... sakes. Why is it so hard to just like open an image up anymore? Cool, there we go. Okay. So let's talk about the UI here. This is what a this is a purely heuristic UI, sorry. Right? What's the character who distracted you from drawing? My telling of who it is the top right. This is my reference image that I'm working off. There is none? Nope, there is. There's a heuristic UI. So I'm going to snip this image, I think. Can I copy the image, actually? No. We'll snip it, because then I can draw on it while editing stuff. I've never seen them. It's Iron Mouse. It's Iron Mouse's birthday outfit. It's the current outfit she has. Okay. Cool. So we're gonna draw around things. Didn't know you were an artist. Awesome stuff. Damn. I mean, thank you very much. No, yeah, I do most of the art on the channel by myself, so. And I do all the art for the game that I div as well. Anyway. So, talking about heuristic UI. We've got... probably pen is better. Wow, that's thicker than I intended. Can I reduce the size of that a little bit? Alright. Here is the health bar. Here is your ability bar. Here is your ammunition. Right? This is your UI. This is a heuristic UI. What happens when you lose life is these will disappear and it will eventually go yellow, then orange, then red, and then you're dead. The ability, charges, you see. And then obviously, ammunition, very obvious, right? You see the number literally there. This is what we mean by heuristic UI, or heuristic-based things, is elements of the game telling you the information in canonic space. This is explanative of all of the things you need in terms of information. We don't give you a health bar in the top corners or in the center points or anything like that. No, we've given it to you, visually speaking, in a way that, like, kind of makes sense. Now, again, it's highly gamification. Why the fuck would this information be on your back? Right? Like, that's terrible. We're also playing a third-person game. That doesn't work as well in your head, right? These are the important things to, like, acknowledge with how heuristic stuff works. This is why heuristic tutorialization has become such a topic point. Is it's tutorialization that's so natural that it doesn't need grand explanation. It just is feel at that point. Cool aspect to it, immersive as well as saving up on screen space. Exactly. Like, it does so much. And there's a reason why I praise it so much. One of the best games to have done a heuristic system, by the way, in my eyes, and was the reason why I stopped watching a playthrough of a game and refused to go watch the playthrough any further after seeing one mechanic and go buy the game, was Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima has a mechanic that if you've never come across it, let's pull up Paint, in case you've, actually no, I can probably Google it and show it, easy enough. But it has a system. Now, it has, like, waypointing and all that sort of stuff, and that kind of feels a bit, right? But, Tsushima... When you're going around, because you're on the PlayStation controller, you've got the little thing in the middle and you can flick at it. And when you flick at it, the wind will push, like this visually, in the direction of your waypointed location. You don't have a waypoint on your screen, per se. You have the world is telling you the direction to go. Now, in a game full of mysticism and questionable aspects of the fact that, like, your main character probably may have died in the first, like, couple minutes of the game, and they're, like, now a revenant, in a sense, and now the gods are using you as an active tool in the world. And the world, and, like, it plays on a lot of the Shinto sort of architectural belief. So it is it's a nice gusting wind as your tutorial, as your waypoint marker. Now again, there is still a lot of UI in the game. You can minimize it and disable a lot of it. In fact, at the highest level of the game, yeah, you might as well. It's not going to do you much. You are going to do everything by feel, and This game does something for difficulty scaling, by the way, that I think is one of the greatest things to do in a game, which is everyone's damage goes up, including yours. So the highest level of the game is parry their strike or you're fucking dead. Same for them. So that becomes gorgeous in my eyes. But yeah, no, this is heuristic-based stuff. I am very, very passionate about it because I feel like more development should be made in trying to find heuristic ways of approaching things. Coming back to Endfield, Endfield is the exact opposite. It screens and forced tutorialization segments and so many pop-ups that it's like, I just don't want to interact with like mechanics sometimes purely because it takes so long to do, but it gives you a currency and rewardance for this. So it's like, no, we're trying to like entice this behavior. It's like, yeah, but like I don't want to do it. Also, it's a gacha mobile game, so most of its UI is cluttered as hell. On a good day. Alright. I guess I should try and start doing cleanup on this to like start moving to the next stages. I want to try something. Right. I want to try something. Hey, no luck. How's it going? I want to try something. I saw this done the other day, so it's going to take me a while to get it right. But I'm going to folder the art for now. And we're going to try and play with layers. And I'm going to try and play with... Which tool was it? It was U, right? But yeah, no, to those that are curious a bit more about this outfit for Mouse, because I know that people may have not seen it, this is her birthday model for 2026, using the Iron Mouse model index, because I fucking swear to God, the fact that this is a thing. This is the outfit. It's adorable as hell, by the way. And it is how I got the two reference images I'm running off mostly. This is the one that's currently in the top right there, that I keep using, because it's a lot of the core stuff. And this is the original reference imaging, for the, like, designing of it. I absolutely love the design of it, I'm gonna be honest. It's really cute. Also, I will not deny, I have, like, an absolute love for the fact that more models are doing the, like, sitting on a thing like this. Again, I think one of the coolest parts about being a VTuber is the fact that you're not limited to, like, anything, in a sense. The problem is that it's just easier to produce the same thing sometimes as everything else. That's why I like unique poses and stuff. And I did like that there was a push for that at one point. I understand, obviously, it's very taxing and expensive, and it requires a whole new skill set to do different poses, so I respect the fact that, yeah, it makes sense why it's not getting done highly regularly, but doesn't stop me from being a little sad. Now, I wonder, can I cannot, okay. Or can I? I can! I can teardrop off of this. Hell yeah. So this is a brush that I've shown that I had ages ago, and I've been wanting to use it more. And I saw Juniper using it, and I saw a way she used it that I'm like, I kind of want to attempt to re-approach this brush using that idea in mind. Because this is a really good brush for VTuber models, obviously. Because you'll probably see. Okay, so then I should be able to do this, which then switches it. Okay, so I'm now gonna just hide some of the stuff. I'm getting there. I think I could definitely use some work on how to approach it, though. But the idea is, now what I could do, right? So this section here is actually supposed to be purple. So we're gonna swap here. We're going to grab some of the purple for it. Now, normally, as you can see, like, if I draw like this, it's going to just keep blending because it's the same brush, and the way the brush is designed is it's intended for that. However, I can do this. I'm just going to hide this for a moment. So this is a brush that helps with doing, like, anime-esque styling, because anime has a cell shading kind of system to it, in a sense, where what you do is you tend to have an outline, and no matter what, that's highly faint at, like, its kind of most obscure, right? In fact, you see it a lot with the hair and around the skin. That's the main ones. I actually absolutely love how some gacha games, or like anime-styled games, handle actually accomplishing this visual style, by the way. Fun fact, Star Rail is one of the most, like, famous for this. You know how Star Rail gets its, like, kind of cool, the edge colorings of everything? So it always has that, like, black outline to the characters at the right angles. It's because they load the model twice with an offset point that makes it slightly larger, and then fully black, and then paints it behind the same layering points. So technically speaking, every model you see in Star Rail, they're drawing that shit twice. It's why main characters tend to look so much more lively than the NPCs because they try and reduce it for NPCs. Okay, so now I've done this. Okay, well, yeah, obviously we need to accommodate that stuff. So I might... Stabilization's already maxed out. But I can do basically this. So I can layer it so I can get the effect. From the thing, still. I'm wondering if I need to reduce the stabilization. Get a better feel. So, while that's not a great example of it, that's kind of an example of what I'm talking about in practice. Now, obviously, I want to probably make those lines a little bit more aggressive. Especially knowing we can, like, take these away. And see very clearly, like, yeah, this could... I'm wondering, do you look better? You look better. You look terrible. Alright. Let me... Oh, what am I getting? Oh. Yeah, I need to figure out a better way. I'm just not confident with it yet, right? I should probably set you to be lower intensity and transparency. Trying to use new tools, man. Do I like that more than just something I can just hand draw? I don't know. I'm gonna have a little quick squizzy on, like, some ideas for how to approach anime styled here. Because I've done this before. I don't care about highlights, I care about the... Yeah, I'm just probably gonna go back to normal pen. It was a nice experiment, though. I'm getting a better understanding of what I'm doing with it. One of these days I'll come back to it and it'll be fine. You guys want to see something that I find absolutely hysterical? I've said before, I keep saying this in recent time, I don't really like talking about politics, right? There's some things that just transcend the scene of politics into the scene of hilarity, right? So irregardless of your thoughts on the matter, you cannot deny how funny this situation is. So a letter was sent by Donald J. Trump to, the Prime Minister over in, Norway, right? And the response that he got, this is legitimately the case, this is the response he got to the letter he sent, was a copy of his letter sent back, marked and graded. And I'm gonna be perfectly honest, right? I'm pretty sure this is the thing that would piss him off the most. Is being corrected like this. This is... I cannot stress enough how funny this is to me. As someone that has both been marked and had done marking of stuff, this is actually correct. Like, the changes that he's put forward are correct. I'm gonna be honest, this should not be a D+. But I accept it being a D+. I could see it being a D, D-. This is definitely not like a passing grade though, so it's not getting a C-. But I genuinely, this broke me. I could not stop laughing at it the other day. So yeah, there's your little funny, like the only time I'm gonna talk about politics at the moment, I swear. So, don't forget, kids, if you piss off the wrong people, they'll just send back your shit, but graded. That's like such an internet dissidence thing to do as well. Now that I think on it, is like the amount of times that, actually, spelling mistake. Your argument is invalid. So I find that absolutely hysterical. But yeah, to those that, by the way, came in later after I explained already what's going on with this image. So, yesterday morning, I sketched up this image before stream. A very, very rough sketch. That I posted over on my other Twitter. And then last night I worked further on it, bringing it up to where it was before we started today. And I posted over on Discord asking people, hey, do you guys want me to continue working on this? I didn't get a very resounding good response whether or not, so I decided bugger it, I will, because I do want to work on this. And this idea behind this one was, I looked at Mouse's birthday outfit and thought very like Harley Quinn, chaotic, clowny circus vibes. Now, again, I'm not saying that that's what the skin's trying to do, or what the outfit's trying to do. In fact, I think it's not quite going for that. It is a celebratory outfit, right, for her birthday. But when I looked at it, I immediately thought of, like, a pose, kind of mirroring, if anyone's seen it before, the monitoring from Miku thumbnail. And with that idea in mind, I proceeded to go, cool, I want to do something a little like that. So I sketched out a really shit pose and upgraded it many times over. It took me quite some time to get to this point. That's simply the main answer for it all. But yeah, that's the general gist of what's going on for this image. So I kind of wanted to do like slightly unhinged tinge to it all. So the eye is the main thing that I'm accomplishing with that. But it's also like again, the design is she's a doll. Right? So the more I looked at it, the more like I couldn't get the idea out of my head. So I'm doing it. Whether or not I will be successful in accomplishing my objective, I have no idea. It does mean we're not actively making it lewd. I'm having to specify this because I know some of y'all have expectations of me at this point, and admittedly rightfully so. But it is not the intention to do something lewd with this design. This is my creative brain coming up with an idea and me trying to see a way of accomplishing it. Alright. Alright. Getting there. Oh, also, I did see Yawa has made her announcement for big update thing going on. So I'll definitely, be popping by to see what that's gonna be. See the anniversary. Yeah, there's a tweet. She's even changed her image. Ooh. That looks cool. I also just saw this. I finally discovered all 3 types of male fantasy. Fighting a desperate last stand against all odds, slowly bleed to death in a snow-covered field, digging a hole. Yes. Like, I don't think any of us are gonna try and dispute how true that is. It's objectively correct. That those are the male fantasies. There's some that think the male fantasy is like hot girl or nah. I know the boys. The reason why we shout brother whenever we get into a fight. Brother! Or everyone around. It's like, we understand. I did see a meme as well the other day that, like, I actually wonder how correct it is. Because it's really funny to me. It's just like, oh no, I'm not gonna remember enough of it to make it funny, so I'll leave it alone. But it was just, it was a joke at Dragon Ball fans. But, like, a good joke. Not, like, negative at them. And I'm sure it's one that, like, most will go like, yep, yeah, oh, that's right. I should probably drill the horns at this point. You know what the, like, wildest part about the hair for Iron Mouse's model is just how, like, all over the place it is. This is, like, not uncommon as well, by the way, in her models. Is, like, her hair is probably sometimes the hardest part, in my experience, to draw. Like, getting to the details of the outfit, like, that's a lot of work. Right, I'm not gonna try and gimp out on that. But, like, it's when the hair is both straight and curly and everything in between, and you're like, are you serious? Pick a lane. My hair's just curly. I can't fucking straighten. How do you get both? I guess this is why she's Satan. It's a law. Don't think I'm calling anything negative to Mouse. Which I will not deny, there is a charm to that I will always remember, is her explaining that the one time, like, her mother was like, yeah, but do you have to really, like, do satanic stuff? And it's like, love that. Genuine motherly concern of the situation. Now, welcome to the part that no matter what I do, it looks shit unless you look at it from a distance. And then it's fine. Because it's so, like, negligible. Alright. Oh, my brain. Okay. Oh, yeah, fucking... So, okay, now that we've had it for like a week, what have y'all thought about like the custom done thumbnail stuff? Because we've obviously had the Command and Conquer ones. And obviously we're going to be getting the next one as well that I've already kind of like teased. I'm wondering what thoughts are on it, because I kind of want to know what I need to change, what I might need to improve, or I'm going to be perfectly honest, if people even like them enough that I should be asked to keep doing them, because they do take a lot of work to do. So it's like, if they're not what people like, then obviously I need to consider why. and whether or not it's worth my time. Right. Like, I enjoy doing them. In case anyone's gonna, like, go, oh, don't do them if you don't enjoy them. I enjoy doing them. It's just, they are an extremely large amount of work to do. Because I'm working off my own, like, pseudo-reference image that isn't complete, so I have to, like, fight myself a lot with design. I'd like to hope that it's, interesting or cool for people. I mean, the next one's like a personal charm of it to me is that I get to work on part of the character that we've not really talked about much. Well, no, we've talked about it, we've just not done any design for it at this stage, right? Which is the, like, more, how would you phrase it, activated, I guess, version of the character? More animated? More excited. I mean, like, the reason why I say, like, excited is, like, that's what would happen, theoretically, when the character's excited. Is that they start showing more stuff. Right? I forget that the fingers are actually gloved. I need to remember that. I can't just do, like, full-blown claw action. Hey, Sweep, how's it going? Very tired. Just got done working and cooking dinner. How am I? I'm doing alright. All things considered. Working on the piece that I showed over on the Discord yesterday. That I got the most great response of whether or not I should keep working on it on stream. I mean, what do you want to eat? Hey guys, what do you want for dinner? I don't know, what are you feeling? God damn it, people. The sketch on Discord looked already really good. I'm glad that I made a piece that's not too bad. I want to stress, by the way, this design has been a hell of a process that I did yesterday. Before stream, and it's like, I want you for dinner? Okay, well that's a bit better. No, the process for this has been really weird. So I've explained this a couple of times already, and I love explaining this. I literally was just like, I looked at Mouse's birthday outfit, right? Let me pull up that same reference image here. Right, I looked at this outfit and I just got really reminded of like Harley Quinn vibes. So I'm like, I want to do kind of like psycho energy. It's what my brain's wanting to do. So like my brain immediately went to like the Miku monitoring imagery. Like that thumbnail, right? And I'm like, how do I do that but Iron Mouse? And that's what we end up with this. So yeah, I've decided I wanted to draw psycho energy for some reason. So that's why we've got the eyes, like, looking very demented, I'm gonna be honest. It's just, I wanted to do it. To hear about the inspiration behind something, artists hardly ever talk about that on socials because it doesn't get much attention, though. Yes, I mean, you've literally nailed it, and it's depressing that that's the case, right? Is that, like, I agree. I love hearing, it's like, how did you come up with this point of idea? But as you've said, like, in a sense, I'm not gonna say most people don't care, it's that the vast majority of people seem to care very little about it, which leads to it not being, in the nicest sense, algorithmically worth it to do. Right? But yeah, that's why, like, literally, my only references for this image, and I fucking hate that that's the case, is the 2 Iron Mouse things and that image. And I've somehow accomplished this. Trust me when I say, you might go, wow, that's really impressive. These legs have moved many a times. The only thing that, ironically enough, hasn't changed much or been, like, worked around a lot since the early sketch is the head. Because again, so this is the early sketch for the most part. You can already see with the legs, like, it's just a mess all over the place. The body shaping's still a bit weird. But, like, the head shape, I drew that, and I'm like... I nailed it. First time. First time nailed it. Like, the hair's been changed drastically, obviously. Because, like, just comparatively to this. Oh yeah, the dress also got changed, because originally, instead of, like, those frills, it was these frills. I lessened them, because the outfit actually has a lot less even than what I have done, but for me, it was getting obscene. Yeah, so that's the idea with this one. I gotta say, so I asked this earlier, I'll ask you, Sweeb, because you'll be able to give me, like, a pretty interesting response, I feel. What's your thoughts on the thumbnails so far? The new ones we're doing with the VTuber in. Like, actually good composition, yeah. No, it's one of those things that, like, I sketch out where the head would be, and I'm like, I can't touch this. This was done correctly. Like, you know when you do that one part of the art and you're like, no, I cannot touch this. This is correct. That was what happened. But yeah, no, I'm curious about the thumbnails, because it's just like, what I was basically saying earlier is I want to know what people like, what people dislike towards the ideas of them, what suggestions they'd make, because they are very hard to make. They take a lot of work, and I don't want to be putting a lot of work into something that isn't, like, good, or isn't liked. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, while I would prefer not to not do them, I like doing them, they're cool. If people don't like them, then I'm gonna stop doing them, obviously. But you know, the line was just right. About the thumbnail, you mean today's the other art on Discord. Just like the Command & Conquer and the one on Discord. I have it available as well. Like, I've literally got it tapped at the moment, so I can pull it up. But like those thumbnails where we're using the new model in the design of them. I'm definitely curious of thoughts on those, because I'm pretty happy with them, but obviously I'm still improving. I'm very excited to do the next one, the new one that we're working on, this one, because I get to work with one of the parts of the design that we've talked about, but we've not really played with much, which is the, like, very animated version of the character, where they're, like, excited or anything like that, where they're much more demonic because of that, right? I thought it would fit a lot with the idea of doing this, because it's just, like, poised for the kill, right? Also, yeah, if it wasn't really obvious what the thumbnail's for, I wonder what it's for. I have no idea. I do need to play around with it still a little bit, but I think it's, like, a nice start on the idea. We just went from looking at a hand to looking at some boobs. Hell yeah, brother. I like both. The whip one even more. I don't know how they'll do in terms of attention, but I see that as you're building / refining the idea for the channel, it's very supportive of that. I'm glad that that's how it's coming off to, at least, because, like, genuinely, yes, that is the case. Like, the design is still not final in any way. I am still in that, like, I am allowed room to play with it and experiment with it and develop upon the idea further as I see fit. That is what some of that is at this stage, right? That's why I say, like, this one's the one I'm excited for, because I get to play with the side of the character that we've not done references for, we've not sketched around with as much. Where it's like, no, the eyelids are thicker, the horns are much larger, the mouth is much more pronounced, and the hands are actually clawed, and the tail's out. In fact, the face has also been shifted a bunch, because if we go to the more, like, original sketch, you get to see that, like, the face was actually a lot more narrow over here. I made it further down to accommodate for a much more unhinged jaw feel. Also, I want to stress the only, like, hard reference in here that I have, by the way, I believe is this one, which is just the outsider mark shaped to where it should be on the hand. One of these reference images is just for the tail. And then for the rest. Now, I'll probably do what I did last time with the Command & Conquer one, which is what I'll do is I'll just do, like, a little bit of a base to where the ground is. And then I will just go grab a fucking image from the game to put as a background and then put the thumbnail, like, put the title of the game somewhere. Because that's what I did with the other one. Is I literally just grabbed a screenshot from, like, the main thumbnail thing for the game and put that in as the background image for it. And I think that was, like, just the correct way to approach it, because I was like, I don't want to draw a background. Not at this stage. That's so fucking much work and complexity that I have so much room to fuck up with. And when I needed it the next day, I'm not doing that. This one I could do with it, but I don't think it's going to be beneficial to me to draw a full-blown backdrop of Dunwall. Like, I just don't think anyone actually benefits from doing that. I think it's good enough to just get the image of the game, because then it will feel correct. Use blurred real life pics for that. Hell yeah, I'll blur out some pornography and we'll do that. Like, why is your background mosaic? No reason. To be fair, I want to say, this is just one of those fun moments. You know how I got the, like, hand positioning for this the way I did? I did it with my actual hand in real life. Like, I held it over my... Like, it looks so fucking demented when I hold it like that. But it is what I wanted. So... I talked earlier, there's two ways to approach to doing the hand in that position. Is to have the middle finger and the ring finger pointing down, and then having the pointer and the pinky out, so you've got more of that like con wolf-like shape to it, but still the thumb off to the side. Or you have the pointer down and then the rest kind of like curling to it. I feel like this one's more seductive than the other one. I tried using my hands as a reference once and failed, yeah. Trust me, I don't do it often because of that same rationale, because okay, you'll understand this concept. You're dealing with anime. Anime doesn't abide fully by the rules that real world has, right? So there are some things you can do in anime you cannot do with a real body, and when you're requesting that idea, you can't. Full-blown body poses is one of the best examples, because you just can't. The ratios are wrong, a body doesn't contort like that. I mean, fuck, this body here, I can't imagine someone actually doing this pose. Because this is, like, if we pull away this stuff and go to the reference image, right, for a moment, I don't know if we can see it easily. Give me a second, I'll go down here, grab this as a layer, switch to red. I'm trying to see where it is, because, so here, I believe, this line here, and it's basically this line coming up like that, that's the abdomen line, and then I believe this line here is the back line. Like, that's the spinal line. That's not how a body works. Because, like, that means the spine is doing this, to this, to this. Like, that's what the spine looks like, based on that angle. And then it's going like that. Like, that's not how our body work. Right? Especially when it's like, this is where the groin area is, so then, like, somehow realistically, we're going like this. So this is where the ass is. So somehow the ass is coming around all this area. Which, I mean, that's a bit more realistic. But then, like, this ass is coming around. I mean, that's a little bit more realistic than I actually expected, I'm gonna be honest. But, like, one cheek is much larger than the other. And then you've technically got this is where the leg point is. Right. And then this leg has gone through multiple alterations. I believe it's at this angle now. That's why we get that, and then we just get boob. And then more boob. Because again, like, that also leads to what, I think, shoulder goes across here, arms going down here to here, this arm just fucks off, because I'm lazy. Which means that we've got boob point here, and boob point somehow here, which, yeah, it creates a bit of a curve. Welcome to, again, anatomy class, I guess. And then the head. Alright. That's your anatomy there. That don't work. I hope that, by the way, was a nice showcasing of like how quickly I can draw some of that shit. And how I tend to actually draw these from the ground up. Kind of flexing there, huh? Yeah. Hey, man. I get commissions sometimes. I gotta flex when I can. It's like, how else am I getting paid? Dude, I cannot stress enough, by the way, how much I hate having to do those advertising stuff. It's like, tell us about yourself. What's so good about the art that you do that, like, justifies us getting it from you? Is that, I don't know, I draw what you want, maybe? How do you advertise? I kind of gonna be honest, it's mostly word of mouth and people just finding my commissions page. The main thing is I don't advertise under any branding that I've shown here on this channel. And nor will I indicate it. That's another one of those you're gonna have to go find it yourself ones. But that one's honestly, like, mission impossible to go find. Trust me, I've tried to, like, backward search some of my images as well to try and find it as well. It doesn't come up. Mixed feelings on that one. But yeah, like, I mean, like, that's the thing. I'm gonna be honest, especially I want to stress, if people that know me wanted art, just ask. Like, that's how it works with that stuff anyway. It's like they put in a request and we hash out pricing, whether or not the task is doable or not. Like, my DMs are open. I'm gonna be honest, I still underprice. I know I do. I've been yelled at by a couple of people that have commed me, going like, hey, you need to price higher. And it's like, what do you mean? And it's like, well, what are you pricing it? I'm like, I'm pricing it at average hourly rate of it. And I'm like, that's how I do it. So, over here in New Zealand, minimum income's like 200 something an hour. Not 200 something, 20 something an hour. NZ min wage. Right. It's $23.50 an hour. So I kind of tend to charge at like 24 or 25, depending on... Shh, don't tell anyone about that, by the way. But I do tend to map around with that. But I tend to like charge at like 4 to 8 hours at most. Right? I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Malin. Hey, Eugene. How's it going? That is a terrible movie. God, I hate that movie so much. That reminds me of, there was a bar, there's a burger bar place in Wellington, here in New Zealand, that I remember going to, and they have, like, movies on the screen, and I went up and asked them about it. I'm like, oh, so, like, what movies do you have? And it's like, oh, we just literally go find movies that we think would be funny to, like, put up there, and we actively try and find ones that are, like, cringy and dumb. And I'm like, have you put The Room on the list? And you saw the fucking moment the person remembered what The Room was and was like, just a moment. And so I literally see them writing down, add The Room. I'm like, I'm just eating chips with chopsticks. Okay, what type of chips? We talking hot chips? We talking potato chips out of a bag? That are like the fucking things? Like, what are we doing? Because, like, if it's hot chips, I accept that a little bit. But yeah, no, I agree, Sweep. Like, that is something I've seen, is minimum price amongst artists has been a hot topic for a long time. Cheetos? Oh no, I can see that as an argument. Don't want to get it all over your fucking fingers. They color my fingies, exactly. Oh, it makes sense. Samurai Cop on the list? I think, yes, it was. I'm trying to remember what was playing while we were there that like led me to ask about that. But it just says a lot about me as well that I'm like, I'm just gonna ask this kind of question. Oh yeah, also, I'm just gonna leave it here for a moment so you guys can pay attention to the screen. Anyway, so this is the part of the outfit that I'm gonna be honest is a nightmare. That I still haven't done correctly. I'm in Zen right now. Zendaya or Zendaya? Typing one-handed? I'm doing art one-handed, my man. I mean, what? Me whenever I'm drawing Matara. It's so hard to draw art with one hand. There we go. Like a chrysalis merging. Cheetos burger, yay or nay? I mean, it depends on what else is in the burger. Is it just, like, bread and Cheetos? Because, like, yeah, that's fine. Topping on beef? I feel like that's, like, too much flavor. It's just, like, ruining the final taste. Like, that feels like something I would have done as a kid, though. Like, 100%. Like, you know what I mean by, like, when you do that meal as a kid where you're like, I'm just gonna add everything to it because the more added to it makes it better, right? I'm like, that's what I feel with that. Giving it to my nephew. Okay. Well, I mean, that works. I'm sure they'll go like, oh, that's sick. I fucking love the idea of this. Oh, Doritos? Salad with Doritos? Depends on the salad heavily, but like, I mean, I could see it. Like, if you told me it was a salsa or something, I'm like, yes, but like a salad? Salad makes it a little harder. Choose your own salad? I feel like that's... yeah. Because, like, if there's a bitter leaf in that, it's just gonna be bad, right? Beans, corn. Okay, so that, yeah, no, that sounds like salsa sort of energy. That sounds fine. That sounds great, in fact. Because, again, like, the amount of times you use Doritos and, like, nacho sort of stuff. And that's basically, a salsa is, like... beans, tomato, stuff like that normally. Onion, corn. Like that I find a little bit more acceptable. That's why I was saying, like, if it's a bitter, like, if it's leaf-based salad, because the moment you put in, like, any bitter... like lettuce or something like that, you're just gonna like hate it. To be fair, I did ask my mate yesterday. It was fun chatting with him about it. Asked him like, hey, do you score your meat before or after marinade? And like the expression I immediately got was, I mean, fuck, what? Because it is a hard question to answer. I don't think I've ever been like, I never asked it to anyone, but I've like experimented with it a few times in my time, and like, it's such a mixed answer. Like, the more citrusy and acidic, like, the less likely you need to score it. I was just thinking whether or not I wanted to score it, because I can't be asked. But, like, in my experience, if you score a meat and then marinate it, it just tends to turn into a bit of a hot mess. Where it becomes a lot more, like, the meat falls apart a lot more. So it makes it actually harder to cook with a little bit. So, if you're trying to go with, like, steaks, then probably not. He's strange, a lot of genes, because he seems to be growing up to be a carbon copy of you. Hell yeah. I'm both glad and disappointed that none of my family are like me, sadly. They're all assholes, I'm just a bit of an asshole. I mean... February is approaching. Never experimented with dessert before. Oh, you trying to do something? Ooh. Secret project, you say? No tea spilling here. Yeah, no, I know. No, you only got me curious because, again, this is my little fucking favorite part of, like, my cooking. The stuff I'm the best at is, like, desserts and, like such. Like, I'm really good at cakes, I'm really good at, specialty dessert things. Like, that's the stuff I'm the best at, but the problem is I don't like sugary things, so most of the time I tend not to like doing it. Tea? Spilling the tea as the What are the Americans doing this time? They know that they pissed off the British last time with that, right? The spiffing Brit's gonna know your location. So I'm gonna dump Yorkshire tea in the canal. Spiffing Brit is now approaching your location at an accelerating pace. Don't fear for your life because it is already forfeit. The fact that that motherfucker managed to get, like, a sponsorship with Yorkshire Gold is still one of my favorite moments of his career. I think it's also his fucking favorite moment of the career, but you know. Planning out a chocolate thing, preferably something I can share with a group. Interesting. I mean, there's a lot of ideas with that. Let me know if you need any help or anything, because again, like, I'm not bad with recipes. And I have a lot of recipes I own myself. My immediate thoughts are, like, I have a lot of cheesecake and cake recipes. So do you want mud cake? Do you want brownie kind of stuff? So do you want hash brownies? No. Do I need to explain those? Do we need to explain what a hash brownie is? Have I just realized that potentially that's a either old term or a colloquial term? I don't want jail, thanks. No one's gonna know about a hash brownie. Short answer of what a hash brownie is, those that might not know. It is a brownie normally baked and cooked with, like, say, weed in it. It's basically a form of having the drug in a fairly enjoyable and casual manner. And then normally the dosage is so low though, that it's normally not too bad. And there's a lot of countries that do allow stuff like that, especially to that level. Hash brown? No, yeah, no. To be fair, when I was younger, that's what I thought as well. Like, it's one of those ones where it's like, if you've never had it explained to you, yeah, no, that's your first thought. No, hash brownie is a drugs thing. I think the joke because of that as well is that, like, whenever you hear, like, a hash cake or a hash brownie or all like that, the assumption is that it's normally drug-laced. It also tends to get rid of, like, a lot of the bad impurities in a drug as well, because it cooks it out. So it makes it a bit more of a smoother experience. Again, I'm not recommending it, because recommending that would be illegal and medically ill-advised. Legally ill-advised as well. In a lot of countries. However, explanation is explanation, right? Now, luckily enough, I have the benefit that I believe in my country I can actually, but obviously America is the one that dictates new YouTube rules. I can actually mention that I have had hash brownies. Fuck, I've made them. By request, obviously. I've also made a hash cake before. That's interesting. So this is when it's like, so everyone, what's the drugs that you've taken today? I've taken ketamine. No. You might have laughed your ass off in public, that's fair. To be fair, there's some of that sort of stuff here in New Zealand as well, occasionally, where it's just like... It's just really funny. We do have a lot of, certain things that are actually considered, like, fully okay, right? Which are always interesting to me. Because, like, you'd expect, craft beer is a bit of a weird one. Because it's like, it's basically making your own alcohol internally and stuff like that with hops and stuff like that. Not really. It's not really a good thing normally to have just, like, legal hops. Because it is a dangerous thing. But yeah, we straight up have a craft beer society here in New Zealand. Like, it's a pretty big deal. Admittedly, and I mean this the nicest way I can, most of the craft beer here in New Zealand sucks ass. I've not... 90% of the time, I'm disappointed. Now, moonshine, on the other hand, that's an interesting time. Be careful with moonshine, kids, by the way. I have to explain that one now. Moonshine is like a home-done alcohol normally. And it is normally an extremely high percentage. The problem is, if you don't know what you're doing with the creation of it, it is very easy to make a substance that's so dangerous to the body, it can just, like, make you permanently blind. That's not a joke, by the way, and not an exaggeration. I know people that that's happened to. Now, admittedly, it's not a highly common thing, per se, but it's common enough that I want to make sure I put that disclaimer down. Can't believe I'm about to make a thick doll leg. Such a weird concept. Speaking of fermentation, I do want to make organic soda drink with ginger bug. That sounds interesting. Try and safe it, potentially explode a glass bottle when I'm only one in the house. Yeah, that is always the thing, is you need to be careful with fermentation processes. People underestimate what happens with stuff like yeast and such in that scenario, right? Hey, why is this getting bigger? Wait, it's getting bigger fast. Oh no! To a plastic bottle should be easier to see the boldy woldy. I mean, this is one of those times where it's like, technically there is a reason to do differently. There's like subtle differences, but also, I'm gonna be honest, it's subtle differences, right? Should be fine. I just tend to like to do yeast things in jars because there tends to be a better safety net on it just popping. Because plastic could just inflate enough to just pop very easily, whereas glass is a lot more resilient. You say first attempt until the measurements and timing, right? Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's probably a shout. It's the same with, like, ironically enough, my brain thinks to, like, it's the same with making a PC. It's, start small. Don't start with your, like, $1,000 rig that you want to build is your first PC that you're building. Because no offense, there is a lot of room to screw up when building a PC. Which is why even, like, I intend when I'm building this PC, I'm gonna get, like, my mate that actively builds PCs to come and give me a hand with it. Cause... it's better to have someone that's actively participating in that process, right? You draw so well. I don't know if I agree with that, but I appreciate the comment. But that's also because I'm a little bitch and I can't accept that I maybe drew well. I just draw. Easier to clean than glass shards are. Yeah, exactly. It's also less likely to cause you to, like, maybe have permanent damage because glass shatters and boom. What have I got to do? The hat still. Totally didn't think you were drawing Halloween, Hell yeah. I agree that this, you could make an argument this is a very Halloween-esque outfit. I'm gonna be honest. But also, like, what outfit of Mouse's isn't, like, kinda Halloween-esque? Right. To be fair, I also saw some shoes the other day on Twitter. And I'm like 100% I would see Mouse wearing those, both in real life and as her outfit. He said weenie. Wait. God damn it. Back to the infield. Okay, can I talk about something that I found really fascinating and I want to, like, look further into it? So RT Game recently did a full-blown analysis of the Minecraft movie that is longer than the actual Minecraft movie, right? And I've watched like half of it so far. I find it absolutely fascinating because I've watched the Minecraft movie now. I watched it a couple of weeks ago. And I'm gonna be honest, that movie, I stand by my thought on it, which is I left that movie both hating myself for, like, I liked it, but I hated myself for liking it, right? Like, that's the best description of how I felt. So, I don't know what to, like, think towards it. It's a very strange concept. Anyway. The takeaway is, though, is that it is a fun and enjoyable movie for all of its faults. Which it has a lot. But one of the things, that I have to say I appreciated, a lot with the movie is the fact that it actually had in the movie the line, "The children yearn for the mines," which is, like, that encapsulates that movie to me, is what a shitpost to add that line. It truly is a shitpost, yeah. And I kind of appreciate that the movie is unapologetic about the fact that it's like, no, this is Steve, quotation marks, it's Jack Black in a blue shirt. And I'm gonna be honest, his interactions with Jason Momoa, when it's not like serious stuff, I actually agree with RT on this. When it's not the serious stuff, it's so funny. Like, holy shit, I can't stop laughing. But like, I'm feeling like I'm a dumbass for laughing at it. Said a bad time thinking it was a kid's movie and it wasn't up to her sensibilities. I mean, it is a kid's movie. What? Like, I could not describe that any better than a kid's movie. It just happens to have some jokes there for the adults as well. Acknowledging the audiences that are probably going and watching the movie. That's what the movie did not, what? Let me take a look at what auto mod fucking flagged. Let's just say that the joke about something Jack's face crotch didn't fly with her. Okay, admittedly that was one of, like, the jokes that almost made me quit, I'll be honest. Like, that was one of the many moments that movie, like, pushed it for me. I'm gonna be honest. Like, that entire sequence, I'm like, what am I looking at? I kinda wanna leave. Tongue-in-cheek ones that are... Yeah, I can see that as a valid argument, actually. I don't know, man. It's just, it's one of those movies that is a perfect example of, like, it's definitely kids orientated. I'm definitely, like, okay watching it, but, like, there is so much effort the movie makes to, like, have serious moments and then undercut them. And I'm gonna be honest, the movie's worst parts are at serious moments. Right? And we can kind of all agree on that, to those that have watched the movie. It's like actively the serious moments, especially the serious moments between Jack Black and Jason Momoa, are like painful. And it's why the sister is probably one of the worst characters, and it's not her fault. The actress did an amazing job. It's just like, yeah, God. And then, like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm still, like, currently processing the testificate storyline. Where the one where that goes to dinner. I need to explain no more than that to those that haven't watched the movie. I'm not spoiling anything. You just need to know that there was a testificate that went to dinner, and that is something that I still don't know what to think about it. Has the energy of Buscemi walks in the middle of a serious emotional scene. How do you do, fellow kids? It does. But, like, that scene's amazing. That's the problem. Is that, like, that scene's amazing because it undercuts that moment and that's charming. But when the whole movie is that, it's like, what's the fucking point? You know? I'm gonna be honest, yeah, again, the main kid, his, like, straight man act to both Steve and, to Jack Black and Jason Momoa is amazing. I think there's some great stuff. There's some sequences that it's just like, what am I looking at? And I love and hate it. And that's the point, is no matter how I describe that movie, I describe it with both praise and disdain. And I'm gonna be honest, again, this is why I say, that movie pisses me off because I enjoyed it and I don't feel like I should. Like, the only moment that I am gonna hard spoil, because it's fucking gorgeous, is the one moment that needed to be in there, which is there is a pig that walks across the road at one moment that has a crown on it. And one of the characters goes, "Is that a king?" And it's like, Steve just goes, "No, that's a legend." And I appreciate that. Right? I don't think anyone walked out without having a teary moment for that, in some sense. We're just kind of going, damn. It is great that you acknowledged the OG. It's like I got tricked into enjoying it. Yeah, no, I fully agree. That's kind of the feeling, is it feels like I came in, I got tricked into enjoying my experience, and I'm like, who am I upsetting at, though? Like, you did a good job, movie. Congratulations, but also fuck you. The real life adaptation of a character, he'll look kind of different, yeah. I don't know, I think I look at that movie and I think it's a perfect example of a movie I walk away from, I enjoyed it, but like I can't praise anything that I witnessed. Outside of like a handful of things. But that's like less about the movie and more about like decisions made that I'm like, good job. You did the correct thing here. Like, you didn't fuck up. That's the takeaway, I guess. The line art's coming out so good. I'm actually really happy with it, yeah. I just took a moment to kind of like go, ooh. At least it's not boring, I'll give it that. Had enough bad adaptations for several lifetimes and centuries worth. Oh yeah, like I immediately, the moment you say that, my brain just flicks to Borderlands, right? Like, I hate that we're in an era where, like, movie... There's a desire to make a movie about something with a loose concepting to its original, not actually giving a shit about, like, the original content. Again, I will reiterate my disdain for the Yakuza series that was getting made. I still haven't watched or looked at if it's even out yet. And I refuse to do so purely because you can get fucked. When I literally see one of the first things of, oh, none of the creators played the games, they're in fact trying to take it in a serious direction, I'm like, cool, don't do a Yakuza series. You've already done a disservice to the concept. The reason the Yakuza franchise is so fucking good, and I'm gonna be like super angry at this, is because it's so serious and unserious. You cannot play those games with just only playing the story, like the main story. Because if you tried to only play that main story of it, you would get destroyed emotionally. That is the point. No, my tennis, that is one of the pizza, yeah. Like, it's stuff like that that I'm just like, look, you have to understand what you're fighting against. If you go in with like, I like the concept of this world, I want to do... To be fair, I don't know if you've seen the theory behind why that movie was so bad. The theory is that basically what happened was this was a script for another movie, that he, like Jamie Lee Curtis wanted to do. He wouldn't get it off the ground, so he basically just was like, I want to do Borderlands movie, and he just did the same fucking story, except with some of the Borderlands twists to it. That is the running theory based on some evidence that was put forward. And I'm like, I'm gonna be honest, yeah, that actually makes more sense than whatever the fuck I watched. Because there's only one sequence in that entire movie that actually feels like a Borderlands thing. Right? Which is that fight sequence near the end. And it's like for half a minute, it feels. But yeah, so that was probably one of the more, like, hated movies I fucking saw. For that specific scenario. Alright. There we go. Maybe doing a big stupid right now, only intended to make soup for 2-3 meals, but I made enough for 8 people. Will you share the class then? Let's see where this gets me. No, that's not right. Hey, what color is the gloves on this? They're just very dark, right? Yeah. Have to make them a little less dark. Um... use this to get a general idea. And like a lighter shade of this for under here for now. And then close to this, but maybe like a slight shade lighter. Yes, to contrast it. Okay, we're getting there. I am speeding this up by like kind of half yoinking the colors, kind of not, because I'm basically getting the color and then I'm like adjusting it to what I believe it should probably be at. We know this leak is got a thing on it. I was about to call it a fucking sleeve. It's a stocking, you dumbass. I'm doing great today, you know? There we go. Hey, yo, how's it going? Saw the post. Looks cool. Looks cool. I'm very hyped for your anniversary. Super excited. Yeah. Pre-stream Fox. As long as Fox isn't late for their own stream again, it should be fine, right? Right? You wouldn't be late to your own stream, right? When I'm late, I end up calling Mel. So I swear it's not me, it's blame him, blame him. It's like, what? When did I get involved in this? Nice dark velvety ruby there. What color is this? Is this? Yeah, it's a rose. Purple leaves? I'm not going to question that too hard. Oh, I don't quite like that shade. I still don't like that shade. Looks a little bit better. Me trying to do my best to, like... Ooh. We have a gap here. There we go. Cheating at its finest. Okay, so that's like the basic coloring done. Oh, that looks so nice. Man, what? You know those moments where you get to feel giddy about your own art? This does not look like something I've made. Like, that's the best part about some of these moments nowadays, is I'm just like, this doesn't look like what I would do, but hey. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. Nope. I love when the program does that whenever I save. Doesn't give me anxiety at all. No. Why would it? So we're gonna have to obviously add shading in and all that sort of stuff. And like with the hair, we need to add more of this purple as the underlining highlight. And then obviously I need to do the eyes still, which we've now covered over the sketch, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna have to undo that. What's this look like without the lines? Interesting. To be fair, that looks kind of nice like that, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I'm doing justice to the design. Man, I just clearly need to keep drawing more and more VTubers, right? Eventually, if I keep drawing VTubers, I get commissioned by VTubers, and I get to meet more VTubers. The plan is genius! I've now concocted a strategy. Just need to draw fan art of, like, every VTuber ever. Surely that could only go well. But yeah, I need to do the earring still. I mean, earrings just kind of like golden, right? Golden bronze. Like a dark purple. What's the greatest plan? I see no flaw with it. Alright. You'll never have to write a Google Docu over an art piece subject. That'd be funny. That's a good point, yeah, I don't have to do that over an art, all of the people I do art for. I just need to do it for the game. One of these fucking days. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I do have updates about that I should be sharing soon. To those that are curious about the game's progress. I'll leave it to when the updates come through though. Is when to explain it. Because I think it's not really a lot to highly explain at this moment, at this exact juncture. That reminds me, did I schedule my short today? Or not? I can't remember if I ended up finishing that off to this morning or not. Dude, I'm forgetful at the moment. You gotta give me some credit. Too many things I'm doing. So I believe I scheduled a YouTube short and a short over, and the same short to be posted over on Twitter and Blue Sky. Yeah, shorts have returned to the channel. I can't be asked doing the subtitling again, because I can't be asked putting it through the program to edit all that up again. Not for now. Also didn't seem like when I was doing it, it gave enough of a boost to the amount that people watched of them. Again, perfect example of what I was talking about with the thumbnails earlier is like, I love doing the thumbnails. I'm not going to do the thumbnails if nobody likes them or if they're not like changing anything. I really like doing them though. Again, the Dishonored one is looking really cool at the moment. Again, I posted that over on Discord, but I still have it tapped open at the moment. Look at that fucking wicked boy. Means I get to experiment around with the design. I also absolutely love the contrast of the two things I worked on the most yesterday, which is this art piece and this art piece. And it's like, damn, that's... one of them's like a little seductive, a little lewd, and then one of them's like hot as shit. I mean, what? Imagine explaining to like a therapist, it's like, what is your like type? And it's like, oh, this. And it's like, okay. I gotta process that. Give me a moment. How's the Miku shading look? If I was to do... look at that image. How do we think this should be shaded? Keeping in mind, like, we're kind of basing it a little bit off this. It's like at minimum it's do here, do a lot here. And then we're like playing with the fact that like the light's coming directly down on her eye. So it'd be like shade off that area. VTubers don't get dry eyes. You know, you're not wrong. kind of like this. What do we think? Kind of there? Kind of the idea that we're looking for? No, that doesn't look good like that. There we go. That's feeling better. And then I'm going to do an underlayer for this, where I'm going to go a little bit more aggressive with the blush. And we'll do kind of what we've done before, which was airbrush it on. Except it's a little bit more pinky, actually, for blush. Ooh. Ooh, that's looking nice. Me seeing this and holding a knife after an axe smashed my door. Yeah, like, this is, again, we want this to feel unsettling, right? This is the full intention of this piece. No maidens, damn. Some maidenless behavior. And there's one thing I do want to actually do while I think about it. This, and then darken a little bit. I'm going to remove this layer here. I'm gonna bring back this layer. Oh, no. I should actually be naming these layers, by the way. I keep forgetting to do that. Oh. Okay, what do we think of that? Oh, that looks... Oh, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I like that way more than I probably should. The spiral that pulls me in. I mean, it kind of does, doesn't it, huh? Sometimes I just hear your evil laugh. Again, I want to stress, I have two main kinds of laugh. It's cackling like a high-pitched, whiny thing. And then Sunday morning cartoon villain. Right now you're hearing a lot more of the Sunday cartoon villain because holy shit, this looks so good. Psychopath law, evil law for psychopath law, can't go wrong with either, yeah. There we go. I'm actually really happy with those eyes. I think I've managed to accomplish more or less what I came in to do. Dude, I'm falling in love with this. Which is really good that I'm coming to love my own art again. Like, this one's just one that, like, as I'm going through, I'm liking more and more about it, right? Oh, dude, those eyes. Those eyes. His eyes are gonna haunt my dreams, but for, like, the right reasons. Narcissistic drawer right here. Exactly. I mean, what? Okay. Now, let's just focus on the hair for a little bit, eh? I'm not doing, like, the bun that does exist on this hairstyling. Which I did kind of, like, get a bit disappointed in, but I'm just not going to have the space for it. It's not going to get enough attention that's going to make it look nice. know, one of the other parts about this drawing that's made me so happy is, like, so many of the drawings, and you guys have seen this, I get, like, super intense about getting the line art right. Like, making it clean, making it everything. This time I didn't. I think this looks better. I'm gonna be honest. Like, the line art's super rough. I think it looks better for it. And a lot of places, it tends to look better. And the places it wouldn't look better, I hide it very easily. It's a weird thing. Interestingly enough, it's more of a stylistic choice rather than a need. Oh yeah, no, fully, right? Like, that's not a debate point at all. Like, I concur completely and utterly. Yeah, that'll do. I'm gonna do this on the blush layer. I'm going to try and get... What do we think? I'm wondering if this looks interesting. Let's doing the lighting for the hair. Makes the hair look a lot more different than the rest of the coloring in the body. Is by having the dark lines in there as long with the sketchy, thing. That looks pretty good, actually, because especially keeping in mind we're feeling like we've got a very oppressive light being shone down on her. The slight blush is taking me for a spin. It does have a charm to it, doesn't it? Don't worry though, I'll post this on Twitter and someone will call it AI. I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the charms I have of the account that I have. I don't think anyone gives a shit if it's AI or not. And I don't think anyone's gonna ask whether or not it is, because I'm gonna be honest, it's not a big channel. It's not a big account. Fuck all people know about it. Oh, man. This is looking really good. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna do this part now. So I'm gonna try and find a, really dark part of the gold here. And we're gonna do kind of what we did with the hair. I think that's like the correct thing to do here. Might do these lines a little bit thicker though. God, and this is with a cheap, like, pen pad. I'm just, like, kind of having a moment remembering that. Because the pressure sucks complete ass. One of these days, I'll buy a spinny one, see what happens. Now print her on a cover for your pillow. Hell yeah. I'm gonna be honest, yeah, no, genuinely, I'd fucking love that though. Like, fucking imagine this as your body pillow. You look over at night, and you just see this looking back. You're gonna be having good and or bad dreams. Kind of a mix of both. The best ones, exactly. This is the wrong way to be doing this on. Ye old wrong layer problems, man. Hell, as old as time. Didn't have to deal with this issue back when I was having to do stonewall paintings. Not a great layer. God, every time I zoom out, I look at the face for a split second and I'm like, Hello. Yes, what do you want? I sounded like Sir Pinchas there for a second. Yes, what do you want? No, not quite right. Yes. I would like to have sex with everyone. If you don't understand that reference, that's fine. Again, it's me doing my old, has-been hotel shite. I look over and I just see clip command and I'm like, uh-oh. I'm gonna come to regret something, aren't I? Actions have consequences, old man. They do. They really do. By the way, that is an actual line that a character from Has-Been Hotel said it. Like, I'm not kidding. This is a line from that show. Don't ask why that's a line. It's a line. Cherry Bomb, I would like to have sex with you. Why? 'Cause I'm going to have sex with everybody! So dumb. No, I don't like that. Also, that is a much better Serpentia's voice than I thought I was just going to be able to pull out of fucking thin air. I want it known I've never practiced his voice. Good at pulling voices out of my ass, though. That's good. Now, there is a checkered pattern on this dress, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it. So now I'm gonna query. Damn, I can actually just paint and lace. That would have made my life several times easier sometimes. Time to bust out the ruler. I don't know if I want to try and do like a weird thing. Or if I want to like cheese it. Right? That's so weird to draw with. Oh, that feels so uncomfortable to draw with. Books. Okay. What I'm probably gonna do, because it's a crosshatch pattern. It's diamond, that's the problem. Okay, let's start from here. it's not recolor like that. It's recolor like this because we're doing it on a different layer. Kinda works. A Reddit title? Oh no. I mean, I'm curious now. There we go. I made up a fake son to get out of work early, and now every time someone asks about him, I just tell a story Pat told on a podcast. Now what do I do? Jesus. What the fuck? How is these set of circumstances that end up happening? I'm curious. Okay. Alright, outside of the hat, we're pretty good. I'm gonna be honest. Alright, is there anything else we feel like we're missing? I feel like the glove, maybe? That's about the only thing I can think of. Okay. Anything else? Or are we... I'm really happy with how this has turned out. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, no, I want to do the gold trims on the, up here. Give me a sec. So I want to do this a specific way. I thought about it earlier and I forgot. Okay. My hand is starting to cramp, so I probably do need to start finishing up soon. Oh, that's such a nice, like, outcome to it all, I'm gonna be honest. I want to stress the hilarity in my soul I have for the fact that, like, this is the drawing I was like, I'm gonna do this based on this reference. Shoulder pads deco? No, it doesn't. It's actually extremely plain. Ironically enough, we're actually missing out on a lot of decoration purely because of the side I accidentally chose. Because a lot of the decoration's on the left side, on the left shoulder. Technically there's the ribbon on the collar still to do. I could do that. But it's like, the stuff underneath, the dress is like probably not visible from the angle we're presenting. So that's why I'm like not really bothering with it. There we go. Intentionally making the... Okay, I will accept that as a criticism. I fully accept that's actually pretty much the case. It's also the same reason why, fun fact, there's actually like a little vest thing. I've not done it. Why, Malith, have you not done the vest thing? Boop. that also, and I forgot that it existed. Some battles are meant to be lost, exactly. Oh, God. Do we think a little bit of, like, the white flicks, like these, would do this part good? Let's see. Yeah, no, that I think improved that. Okay. You know, I'm really happy with this. I'm very, very happy with this outcome. You did great. Honestly, it's one of those ones where, like, outside of a couple of things, this is probably my favorite piece that I've done, while doing the streaming stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, some of the other pieces are really great for a lot of the elements that they have. This is just, like, I'm really happy with the pose. I'm really happy with the prototyping phase of this. I'm really happy with, like, I managed to accomplish, like, the goal I had in my head that I just couldn't, like, figure out. I'm now getting to that point where, like, at least with some ideas, I can get them from head to paper, which is a really important thing. Right? That's a superpower. Like, I'm not gonna disagree. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. It's one of those things that I'm like, I'm just beyond happy with the outcome of this. More than, like, I expected I could be. Like, I'm gonna be honest as well. Like, there's a lot of tiny details that I was doing, especially by that later stage, like with the glove, that, like, you're not gonna see it. Right? Like, 90% of the time, you're not gonna see this thing. When you look at that piece. Some of the stuff with the ribbon, some of the stuff with, like, a little details around the place where they've been tossed in now, not because it makes the piece better, per se, but it's because it's, like, that felt right to add, and it has made the grander piece feel more attractive because of it. And I'm glad that I'm starting to get it better at that concept of, like, the subtle details like that. Again, like, one of my favorite parts is the fact that the knuckles have, like, a little bit of whitening to them. Like, if we actually zoom in on this, like, I've even got it so you can technically see the nails. And I think that that's really done quite a nice bit to that piece, even though, generally speaking, you looking at that, you're not going to see them. In fact, if you put a darker background, you might be able to see them a little bit more realistically. But there's also spots that I've noticed, like here, I still didn't fill in the color. You don't really fucking care, though. You could probably just quickly fill in that color, though. But stuff like that it's just like, it's so minor, the changes that happen. That I'm very, very happy with this. I'll post this over on the other Twitter later, after stream. I kinda wanna finish up now, before I get too ahead of myself. You know, that's actually something that I find amazing. So again, when YouTube's doing its, like, thing so I can see the internal side of it, right? It's normally behind. Just a reminder, this is actually more or less showing where we were at one point with the design. Like, I know I can just pull that back, like, pull the layers back to show that. But, like, there's an element of being able to see that there that's just fucking awesome. Alright. Since we're finishing up for the day, I'm gonna set up a raid over to Yala. Because I see Yala is still alive. So, with that all being the case, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again once the thing stops lagging. Come on. I believe in you, computer. Holy shit, it's lagging something fierce. It's because I've got so many things. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.